Okay, is this thing on? I hope it's on because I don't have the best feedback with this setup because I decided to do this at the absolute last minute, and this is unlike what I've done before for streaming, where I'm using a couple phones as remote cameras from the garage workshop transferred over wireless to my PC, which is then handling the stream output, controlled by a third-party app on the iPad, so I don't even have a good feedback if the stream itself is live from the iPad's point of view. So we are winging it, as per usual. Though normally when I'm recording a video, the winging part gets edited out, which is a bit harder to do live. So let's just see how this goes, how much scuff happens, and what runs out of steam first. Is the stream going to break? Is something going to run out of battery? Or am I going to get tired of dealing with managing the cameras and the stream while also trying to fight a 30-year-old 260,000 mile starter motor out of this car? Let's find out, I guess. Alright. Alright, from the looks of things, yeah, this is going. So, as seen on the overlay on screen here, as the loudest airplane that the airport could possibly handle decides to take off, as seen on the screen here, I went to Offkai Expo Gen 4 last weekend. It was a lot of fun, except for the point where I stopped at Jack in the Box to get breakfast on the way to the con on Sunday, and my car didn't start. Started fine at the hotel, and then all of a sudden, nothing. Everything inside the cabin acted as if it was in starting mode, but not even a click from the starter. All I could hear was the click of the starter relay that should be sending power to the solenoid. Nothing else. What I thought was the problem was the wire from the relay at the solenoid there. I'd had that corrode out before, and I had done a patch as best I could to get me home, but that was not the case. While it was a little bit chewed up, I cleaned it up, exact same symptoms ensued. It just would do nothing when I turned the key. So, obviously, I was stuck on the street parking. Didn't have to pay for a meter, but it was still 2-hour parking. I didn't particularly want to get towed. So, all I had to do was start tearing it apart until I found the problem. In this case, the starter lives underneath the intake manifold. Several parts of the intake tubing to the throttle body need to be removed just to even get my hand on the starter, and to actually see and work on the starter, I had to pull the entire intake manifold off on the side of the road. Luckily, I keep a couple 100 pounds of tools in the back of the car just for this reason. It's an old car. It's got over 250,000 miles. That's over 400,000 kilometers for those not in freedom units. Therefore, I carry the tools. And good thing too, because I had to pull the entire intake manifold. Once I got in there, I was greeted, to my horror, that the wire between the solenoid and the starter motor itself had corroded and burned itself in half. It must have lasted just long enough to start that final time, but with the vibration of the engine once it started, and that joint, those last few strands still glowing red hot probably, they hardened and snapped off as I drove. So as soon as I shut the engine down, that car was not going to move an inch until I got that starter fixed. It is an automatic transmission, so there's no provision for a bump start or push start or anything like that. Also, as seen in that lower left picture, there's not very much of a wire left, so it's not like I could just crimp on a patch or anything. It had burned itself off to a nub right just about flush with the starter motor. So, thus ensued cleaning that up, assessing the problem, taking an Uber to a parts store a few miles away. Thankfully, I was in a city of San Jose and not, I don't know, 200 miles out in the middle of nowhere. And I had to get a mini butane torch and some solder and some flux paste and solder it back together. That was the temporary repair, just enough to get the car back to the hotel and then get me home. But I'm not going to trust that long term. Hence, I am replacing the starter outright, because after all of that time and mileage, I think it's earned its right for retirement. Alright, switching over here, get those backstory pictures out of the way. If you can actually hear me or anything, or you hear a problem, please let me know, because I don't have the best monitoring for the audio side in this current setup. I have done exactly one live stream from my desk before. I have not used anything like this setup. So, all new, there is going to be scuff. That is a guarantee. How much scuff? Well, guess we'll find out afterwards. Okay, so I have a brand new Bosch starter motor. This is an OE unit. Certainly looks a lot better than that crusty, rusty pile of junk strapped to the engine right now. Interesting how it explicitly states, do not strike with a hammer. I think they don't want you to bonk it, even though sometimes that is a recommended troubleshooting procedure in case there's a stuck solenoid or the Bendix is a little bit lazy. Sometimes giving it a bonk bonk will get it to engage one last time to get you home. Alright, new part in hand. Now comes the difficult part of actually accessing it. Oh boy, it feels like I was just in here. Oh, duh. New starter goes off to the side for now. I really do not want that $200 part to somehow get damaged before I've even installed it. Also, first thing I gotta do, of course, is pull the negative cable off the battery. And get it, excuse you, folded down off to the side of the battery so I can't get any fireworks. Fireworks are fun, but only if and exactly when and where I choose to have them. Other stuff out of the way, intake snorkel, and then it's just a matter of digging out all of this stuff from the throttle body and some of the charge air pipes, just so I can get the manifold out of the way. The coolant hose runs over here, slightly on top of the manifold, therefore it's pretty sure the official procedure might involve draining the coolant for the easiest time, but at an angle, the manifold will come out without touching the cooling system, which is great because that's extra time, effort, and mess. Something easy to forget until the last second is the throttle cable. I can also just tuck up somewhere out of the way where it won't get snagged. Secondary air pipe. Let's get this guy over here. Let me see, okay, I think the stream is still live. Secondary air pipe over there. This engine does not have EGR, but it does have air injection just after the exhaust manifold to help with emissions, give the catalyst a little bit more oxygen. I have seen a procedure for replacing the starter motor on one of these cars without pulling the intake manifold. However, that was for the naturally aspirated, not the turbocharged version. Turbocharged version has a lot more stuff going on over here and different routing of some of the components and hoses further down. So getting to the starter just from pulling the battery and battery tray isn't so much of an option on this car. I've probably made my job a little bit harder because of some of the modifications. I do have some extra transmission cooling and other bits and bobs that have been rearranged slightly. So that was the sort of thing where I didn't expect to be having to change a starter on the side of the road almost. So I wasn't exactly thinking about that at the time. Okay. Air pipes out of the way. Probably just start getting the charge air pipes moved. Don't have to get all of them out, just the few kind of in this corner, which is the hard pipe from the intercooler connection and the T between the throttle body and the idle air control valve. All of that goes out of the way, which then makes it easier to pull the intake. Again, I think that the official procedure might involve taking the throttle body off of the manifold before removing the manifold, but I've just found it easier to pull the manifold with the throttle assembly still in place. So, air mileage may vary. Okay. Making sure no wires or anything are tied onto this right now. Clamps are actually loose. And a little bit stiff. These are new hoses, and there's a little bit of a fitment issue. I actually had to chamfer the edges with a utility knife, or the hard pipes just would not slide on. So, but the alternative was the Volvo official parts, which were painfully expensive for bits of rubber hose. Just now realizing that I'm out of paper towels. Time to open a new package. Good to have spares. Not exactly working in a super dirty environment, but it's not exactly a super clean environment either. So I'm just going to put that in there, prevent anything from jumping down into the intake or the intercooler piping. I mean, not the end of the world to extract, but still, if I don't notice it, it's hard to rectify it. And then I got FOD sucked into the engine, and everyone is sad. Okay, next up, release some of the zip ties that are holding extra bits on. I have modified or replaced a lot of the vacuum hosing. Pretty sure every inch of vacuum tubing on this entire car has been replaced by now. So some things are routed a little bit differently, whether that is simply out of necessity or because the original routing was just painfully difficult to work with. Just things that are easy to put together, cheap to put together at the factory, but are more difficult to service after the fact, especially for a DIYer that may not have specialty tools for absolutely everything. A few other items here can pop off. Got things like the boost sensor for my gauge pod. That can pop off. I do like pulling the idle air control valve off just because the way that sits, it blocks access to some of the other vacuum connections down at the throttle. and it's just one more thing causing the entire intake to be off balance and unwieldy to work with. I can loosen that tube, that clamp. Under here, loosen the lower clamp for the idle valve. Yeah, this... It's actually pretty funny how I used to consider this job very intimidating. Like doing the PCV system that requires pulling the intake is just, holy crap, this is terrifying going this far into the engine. And now at this point it's just, oh, well, darn it. I guess I'm doing this on the side of the road in front of a burger place. Okay. Idle air control valve and related tubing off to the side in safety. Once that moves, much easier to get to some of the clamps down here. Take the charge air pipe off the throttle body. Again, put that to the side. Alright. That's clear. Underneath, let's see, this is one of those times where my eyes, the camera, and my hands kind of end up in mutually exclusive positions. Let's see if I can get this angled down somewhere in here. It's easier to see what we got. Don't want to forget throttle position sensor. Get that unplugged. Over here. Let's see. There's got a brake booster. Got evap line that can tuck under the boost pipe. Over here, I believe this is, shoot, which one are you? I think, oh, this one is boost reference for the fuel pressure regulator. The fuel pressure at the injector rail rides on top of the boost pressure, so there's always a consistent pressure differential across the injectors. And then this guy under here, I believe this is a turbo, yeah, this is a boost control reference line underneath everybody here, just close enough to its neighbors that getting to it is always a little bit challenging. You can see how having the idle air control valve in here would probably make this a little bit more difficult than I'd want it to be. Okay, come on, spring clamp. Now is not the time. There. Boost reference line. That's unhooked. More zip ties holding wire harnesses in place. Get those clear. I've already had my share of bad luck accidentally tearing the injector harness or similar in the process of this repair. That would just add to the oh, dang it. Where did... Oh, heck. I left some tools inside. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Heck. Alright, I'll be dealing with that later. Moving on. Adjust the camera ever so slightly. Injector harness. Just fold it up over here, make sure it's not snagged on anybody. Got a Schrader port for the fuel pressure test. Could probably go over here. Just hop over here. Press the Schrader with the screwdriver, and a little dribble of fuel comes out. And that's how to depressurize the rail on this car. It really does not hold a whole lot of fuel pressure when it's off. As soon as the key is turned on, it pressurizes back up and the engine starts. There are some vehicles that will hold significant pressure when turned off and may have a hard starting problem if they attempt to crank with zero fuel pressure. Okay. Let's see, do I remember the sizes for the fuel line connection at the rail here? Let's see. Supposed to be a 13 millimeter. Now I think a little bit of corrosion over here is making that a little bit bigger than 13, a little bit bigger than a 14. That's always fun. Old car problems. Things are either too big, too small, and they get stuck. All right. 14 is just got to be a backup wrench. Torques on these are not extraordinarily high. The main connection here, the main nut is a 17 millimeter. Should just be able to get those a squeeze. Yep, that pops loose. One of these things where I prefer it to be too tight and not leak than too loose and cause a lot of fuel to go places it shouldn't be. Okay. Injector's unhooked. Rail is loose. Reference line is unhooked from manifold. Time to wrestle the injector rail and injectors off the manifold. This was just there the other day. Shouldn't be too bad. Unless I forget to loosen the two 10 millimeter bolts that holds the rail to the manifold. It's not moving anywhere if these bolts are in place. And yes, these are necessary. Despite how stiff those O-rings are, I imagine that the whole assembly would want to jump out under boost if it was not clamped in place. Okay. Injector rail is loose. Try to get an even pressure on it. Up, down, or circular wiggling. Okay. And that actually came off really easily, probably because I just had it off a few days ago while I was stranded doing the temporary repair. Well, it did see fit to pee a little bit of fuel on me. Wrap it up in a towel here just so it's not going to drip anymore. Making progress, making progress. Yeah. One of the other reasons I'm doing this today is I'm going to be doing some PCV system repairs, or preventative maintenance, or not really failing, but since I don't particularly foresee doing this job again anytime soon, I will preempt that by replacing some of these flex lines. Eventually these will go bad, and usually it's a mess when that happens. Oil and oil vapor and all of that just leaking everywhere, making puddles, just misting the entire engine bay with oil and crankcase vapors. Stinky crankcase vapors getting sucked into the HVAC system and making the cabin smell like the car's about to catch on fire. Yeah, I'm gonna avoid that. So, this tube here that goes through the intake to the flame trap underneath, I'm gonna change that. Alright, see all these guys disconnected. This here is the PCV line to the intake. It goes to the far side underneath the thermostat. Pain in the butt to get to without pulling the intake, but is possible. See more of this in a upcoming video. I've actually got quite a backlog of things I've been doing, just not been able to actually, get to editing. And in some cases, what I'm doing here is going to affect the conclusions of those videos as well. So, yeah, you'll just have to stay tuned for some of those. Alright, for the intake, more 10 millimeter bolts. Almost everything small to mid-size on this car is a 10 millimeter of some flavor. Intake in particular has bolts in some silly positions, usually requiring a Dr. Seuss set of wobble extensions in order to get there. Okay. Upper bolts here, these are the easy ones. That one. That one. And that one. Lower bolts are where things get tricky. Let's see. There's one down here. Bottom ones are slots, not holes. Just need to be loosened a few turns. There's another here. Another all the way over behind the throttle assembly. Let's see. That's a few turns loose. Turns loose. And there is one remaining over here, underneath the intake, underneath the thermostat housing, and above some of the bracketry for the accessory drive. Very tough to get to. Almost impossible to see. This would be one of the things where the official guide would be, oh, just drain the coolant and take the thermostat housing off to get access to one bolt. I am not doing that today, but actually getting in here, yeah, I'm gonna have to fight this a little bit. Because historically, it has really, really not played nice. Good news here is I'm working indoors and I don't have the sun just blasting me. Because trying to get eyes on this bolt down here while dealing with sun glare, that just made it harder. Yeah, because I can just see one edge. I can see the leftmost sliver of where that bolt head is. I really can't see where the socket is in relation, so I have to do that by feel. So that feels like I got the socket on the bolt, and I've gotten a few turns on it. Okay, so that should be about ready to go. Ordinarily, there would be a couple extra bolts. One holding the dipstick to the intake to stabilize it, and another holding the intake to a bracket off the front of the block. However, this aftermarket dipstick never lined up properly, so that's reinforced with some zip ties to the power steering hose, and that other bolt, that vanished, as in the previous time when I did the PCV system, I went to reach for that bolt only to find that it wasn't even there, so somebody even before I was in here lost or whatever stripped that bolt. I will be investigating that when I pull the intake off, just for good measure, again, because I don't particularly feel like I'm going to be in here again anytime soon, unless I really have to be. Alright. upper bolts can be unthreaded all the way. Without dropping them. Thank you. And these are both different pitch diameter and different length, so they cannot be mixed up with the much smaller fuel rail bolts. There's just few enough fasteners on this job, and I've done it just often enough that I can basically remember where everything goes and what it looks like. But I would highly recommend anyone who's doing this job or anything similarly invasive on their car probably should label and organize containers for all of the fasteners, just so you don't lose track. There can be cases where a fastener is ever so slightly different in length, possibly in thread pitch, and you can do all sorts of horrific damage if you try to force it in by not paying attention. Maybe to the point where it feels perfectly fine until it bottoms out in a blind hole and cracks something. And that just turned a quick, relatively inexpensive job into a very expensive, very painful job. Okay. The fuel rail is off to the side. I'm going to move the camera just a little bit. Just get this guy over here. Get a little bit of a wider angle shot. All right. These free, unplugged, vacuum lines, throttle cable, PCV hose, upper vent hose released. All right. Manifold lifts off. And it tilts that. And now a little bit of a 3D jigsaw puzzle, but yes, it will come free. Can now pull off this connector for the PCV system. Okay. One intake manifold freed from the engine. Okay, got that put down. Just over here, assessing what I'm dealing with and what else I will need to get out of the way to get this starter moved. Can bring the camera over and take a closer look finally. If I can get everything cantilevered in a suitable spot to get eyes on the starter. There's the starter with the remains of my temporary tape patch, trying to keep my solder blob from contacting the housing and starting a fire instead of starting the engine. So looks like there's a bracket on the left side here, probably a 14mm bolt going onto the block. And then on the other side, looks like there's going to be a couple other 14mm bolts down here on the right side of the starter. Okay. Probably would be a good idea to get some penetrating oil started on some of these. From the looks and the experience I've had of other items on this car, these fasteners might decide that they're not going to be nice to me. So everything gets a little bit of penetrating oil in the hopes that it'll make my job a little easier. Okay, some over there. Some over there. Why not? A little on the dowel pin and the gap between the starter and its bracket. Anything that could help. All right. Okay, camera is not happy with the lighting situation. I can see just fine. But if the camera decides that the surround and the edges of the chasm that I'm working in are brighter and more interesting, that's not great for the viewing experience, is it? So, time to get a little bit of auxiliary lighting. The classic. Put the cords away coiled, and the cords have been tangled by the cord gremlins while they were in storage. Get this guy. Let's see. Any better? Yeah, that's a little bit better. Okay. Now, what else would I need to remove over here in order to get a wrench on these bolts? Actually, I may not have to move much of anything aside from tucking some of these vacuum lines up out of the way. Because there's one bolt down there, and there's the other bolt right up top here. So the million-dollar question will be, can a human applicable amount of effort get those bolts to move? Those 14s? No, those are... I misspoke earlier. These are 12mm bolts. Big advantage pulling the intake is that there is plenty of room to get the bigger breaker bar in here. See? Holy cow, that actually turned! And it did not make horrific cracking, creaking, popping noises in the process. Can't get my hopes up too far because I still have 2 more to get. But yeah, that is a surprisingly good sign. Though, now would be a great time to also remember that I have to get That would be a great time for me to remember I should pull the wires off the solenoid connection. And also attempt to get this camera in a position so y'all can see what I'm doing as I'm doing it. Okay. Alright. Now, this guy bends. See, we got that. Yeah, that... should be able to get in there. Of course, because this is a phone, it's a bit harder to see. Can get the phone in a nice spot for the camera to see, which is a bad spot for my eyes to see what the camera is seeing. Okay, I'll try that. Connections here at the starter should be a 13mm nut, I think. Yep, see, 13 millimeter between the solenoid and the motor, and another 13 millimeter for the main battery connection, which is a little bit stiff, so that's moving. And then standard 1/4 inch spade terminal for the solenoid energizing wire, which I did replace as part of my troubleshooting, again because this original connector here is all burnt up. I'm going to remove my temporary wire down here and go back to the original, but just splice in a new end for the new starter, because that was a known problem before, where that would just get corroded, burn a little bit, and be stuck with an intermittent start problem. In fact, that is really what I was hoping would be the problem when the car didn't start at Offkai there. I was just like, oh great, that temporary repair that I did cleaning it up all those years ago finally let go again. I just gotta polish that or replace the wire. I'll be good to go. Oh, how I wish that were the case. Well, I could probably leave this one in place. I'll just leave it loose. If it'll go back. Okay, that goes back. Main starter nut goes off to the side. Just so. See what had a washer. Oh, I remember now. I did upgrade some of these cables. Let's see, this guy. Aha. Now I remember this crimp connector I put on, the hole was ever so slightly smaller than the stud, so it is a tight fit. That pops off. Then we have the original. Little bit crusties in here, but not too bad. I did not really have a starting problem in terms of battery to starter connection. Okay. And it looks like the dielectric grease I put on there all those years ago is still nice and greasy. Really not corroded or too badly chewed up in there. Unfortunately, that wire between the solenoid and the motor itself probably should have given that some attention a few years ago, but I did not realize how bad that was getting until it was so bad it just didn't start. Because it really went from just perfect, cannot tell there's an issue, to zip. Okay. Getting the breaker bar in here. That might be tough. At least with the extension and this socket. Let me see. Do I feel lucky? Can I use a wrench on a wrench, or a wrench and a cheater bar? Wait a sec. Those are larger. Those ones 13s. We have a I have a 12 down here on the left side, but 13s over here? 14s? Aha! The ones on the right side are 14s. The ones on the left, that was the 12. Okay. Funny, gotta go reach for where I put down where the heck did I put down those other wrenches after I released the fuel pressure rail? Oh dear. Okay. First, confirm. Yep, 14. And this other one in here. Yep. Both of those are 14s. Now, seriously, where did those go? There we are. So, I'm gonna try to do the old wrench on a wrench technique. That one there. Hook the other end of the box end over, and this one could be trouble. Spoke too soon. It was too easy for that 12 down to the block. This guy right here might be that could be the troublemaker. Old car problems, where it will go from one easy task and suddenly the next supposedly easy task just doesn't. Alright. So it's going to require getting some tubing out of the way. I should be able to get the socket in there. Whether or not I can get the breaker bar and its socket in there, let's see. All right, breaker bar and socket. Of course, the camera. Oh boy, camera couldn't even see what I was doing, and the angle of it made it look like it could see. Good grief. This bolt down here is what I gotta get to. Here we go. nuts on the bolt. Okay. Fraction of a turn. Troublemaker number 1 is moving. Now for troublemaker number 2, or expected troublemaker number 2. I've not yet confirmed that this lower bolt is going to choose violence, but at this point, I have to expect it. And also have to expect that somehow a wire harness is going to be in exactly the wrong spot. So we'll first try getting in there with the regular size wrench. Let's see if I can get the box end on here. Box end does go. Whether it's gonna move. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Oh, heck yes. Oh, heck yes, that is turning. Phew. I was afraid I would have to start doing some more invasive... Excuse you, Mr. Train. I thought I would have to do all sorts of shenanigans to try to get this main wire harness shifted to give me those extra, I don't know, half an inch or so to get a ratchet on there. But nope, that's turning. Let me hop in here and get to better angle, because looking at that, yeah, one of these unfortunate times where my hands, my line of sight, and the camera's line of sight are kind of mutually exclusive, unless I really took this entire front corner of the engine bay out just to get the shot. So, I got that bolt moving, upper bolt moving, so it should be the two 14 millimeters on the right, and then the 12 millimeter to the block on the left with this bracket. I will deal with getting the bracket off the starter motor once the starter motor is out of the car. Those should be loose enough. I can now get a ratcheting box end on those and get them out faster. Let's see. Yep, that's working. So long as my headlamp stays on. Let's see, do those get fingered? Are those finger tight now? So they are. Okay. Upper one, lower one. Those bolts are finger tight. Will I get so lucky with the 12 millimeter down here on the block? If the camera can see that. Wow. Okay. Okay. I can actually wiggle the starter a little bit. Very good sign. That bolt over off to the side. Alright, I can wiggle the starter. There's a little bit of a gap in there. Good chance to give a little more hit of penetrating oil on the dowel pin area. It's up here instead of a third bolt as a locator, but also the kind of thing that likes to seize up after almost 3 decades. It is moving a little bit, which is better than I expected. Upper bolt. Upper starter bolt removed. Of course, now that the starter has shifted a little bit, it wants to bind up on the lower bolt. So, back to ratcheting box end to run that out. There's also not a huge amount of space to get my hand in there. Yeah. Pretty frequently running afoul of this wire harness. Got it. And looking here, bolts are identical, so no worries about messing up upper and lower bolts on the right side. Some stuff on this car works out nicely, and sometimes it will have things that should be the same be ever so slightly different because of, I don't know, some internal decisions, or the previous version from 1987 had some kind of collision problem, so they changed it around. Alright, moment of truth. Can I get the starter motor off the engine? Aha! Victory! One crusty, rusty starter motor removed from the engine. Phew! Okay. That was actually the hardest part that I expected. Because between those bolts and how old this thing is, I 100% expected to spend a chunk of the afternoon just getting those bolts loose. There's the old one. Time to compare to the new one. Alright. Do not strike with hammer. And... Alright. Yeah, that looks about the same. Also, pretty cool to see that there's not a crazy amount of wear on the pinion here. So let's consider that pretty good news. Aside from some of the other issues with it, let's see. This one might actually be salvageable in terms of a core. They did charge me for the core. I kind of feel bad if I was just tossing them a pile of junk instead. Alright. What I do have is these two nuts here that hold the bracket to the starter. Got a feeling those might be trouble, at least in terms of holding the starter in place. I'm going to try the impact. Those look like 10s. They are 10s because just about everything on this car, general purpose, will be a 10 millimeter. And just for good measure, I'm not asking. These are coming off. Huh. Okay. Yeah, that's, I guess the entire stud wants to come off the starter instead of, yeah, try to pull the entire stud out of the motor. That's fun. Thing is, what I really need to do is get this bracket so let me see. Suppose if I clamp this with the channel locks, that might hold it in place just enough to get some purchase so the impact can break the rust off the threads and actually get the nut off. So the stud stays with the starter and the nut and the bracket come off. All right. Come on, buddy. Dang, that is that's stubborn. Oh, got the stud out of the starter, which that might actually be the stud that holds the outer casing to the starter. Oh, I'll want to be sending that back. But what I need to do is get this dang nut off so I can rescue the bracket. Unless, see, we'll slide. Ah, will it? Nope, that's a machine section here, so I can't simply slide the bracket out the other end. I'm going to have to unscrew this somehow. I really don't want to cut it because I really want to get my $75 core charge back. Wow. It just wants to spin, doesn't it? Okay. Let's see. Plan B. Plan B. Where are big check? Where? Okay, that's. Let's see. Will the power of vice grips do me any good? Yep, that did it. I just needed to grip this stud more than I could by hand. A little bit munched, but you know what? Long as it mostly goes back together, I think we'll be fine. Woo, that's hot. A lot of energy from this thing went into friction. So, but good thing is, I know the bracket will be okay. Go ahead, transfer the hardware. That's a little bit worrisome that some of these studs are ever so slightly bent inward. That could well be a problem. I can still spin the motor. That's a good sign. But how the heck? Especially when it was nicely packaged. That's just sign of the times, I guess. So, motor sits like that. On the bracket. And the studs are close enough that or not. Dang it. Something can't have nice things. I put the nuts on here so I don't just bust the threads. And I'll just have to try to get this bent just a little bit more. Okay, that's better, maybe? Come on. Doesn't have to be a lot, just enough so that I can slide it on the bracket. Gonna do the same thing for the other stud. Keep just back and forth until I get them straightened enough so that it goes in the bracket. That definitely did something. Was it enough? That was enough. Starter goes on motor like that. Dowel pin over here. Bracket goes down because the connection point to the block is lower than the starter motor body. Split washer. Split washer. Couple controlled ugga-duggas each, and that part should be good to go. Oof. Yes. Good thing that I got an extra bucket of scrubs. So that was the last one of this bucket. Certainly used quite a few on the side of the road there. All right. Just going to give a little scan around here. Just gonna give a little bit of a look around. Let's take a look what all is going on underneath where the starter was. Mostly just the dust, dirt, a little bit of corrosion. Probably unhook the phone from its cradle. Get some light on. Yeah, just dust, dirt, corrosion, old engine. There is the flywheel. A little bit of wear. Yes, it is an original engine, 260,000 miles. Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of wear and tear on here, but it's not like the teeth are torn to nothing. So we're should be okay. You can see on the inside here, just that little bit of dust from however many thousand start cycles this engine has seen. But really, nothing I'm too concerned about at this point, considering the age and all the cycles on it. That's really not bad. Get the phone and everybody hooked back up on the mount, and maybe get it sorted out so y'all will be able to see the reinstallation. Tip that up. Tilt this down a little bit. Here, secure. And I can mostly see where I'm going down there. Old zip tie, that can go away. Alright. Just getting set up in here. Alright. Grabbing a few things over here, getting ready. Okay. Just gonna quickly clean up the starter bolts a little bit. They're actually in surprisingly good shape. And this, yeah, I'd expect them to look a little bit worse for wear, but take what I can get. Considering the shape of some of the other fasteners, such as a few years ago when I had the cylinder head off, some of the bolts and the nuts for the exhaust manifold had been corroded down such that they had lost a millimeter or two of size. Kind of a miracle that I was able to remove them at all, but they did eventually come loose. Here's the little bolt for the bracket on the left side. This one actually looks the worst, rustiest out of all of them, but still really not bad. Okay, all cleaned up. All right, new starter going into place. And, oh, not bad. That dropped right in. Small victories. So it can't fall off. We'll get the left side bracket bolt started into the block. I'm not going to tighten any of these fully until they're all in place. This kind of assembly is liable to have one of them bind up if any one of the three is fully tightened before they're started. Let's see. Down. Okay. Upper bolt. Upper bolt is started. And again, now that I'm thinking about this, I probably want to put some thread locker on these. I'm not seeing that. In fact, I don't see any thread locker evidence on the bolts when I pulled them off. But just thinking, especially because I can't get a torque wrench in on either of these two main bolts, I want a little bit of extra insurance that the starter motor isn't going to rattle itself off the side of the engine over time. So, means pulling this one back out, grabbing the other, rotating the camera viewpoint over here, just so y'all aren't left in the dark while I'm working off screen. The bits from the old starter scooted out of frame. Okay, there's the bolts. I'll actually want them properly clean in order for that thread locker to stick. Give them a spray. Get the grease or any other crud off of the threads. Actually, shoot, there's a little bit in the threads. Wire brush time. Giving them the best chance to thread in nicely, and also giving the thread locker the best chance of doing its job and keeping these from vibrating off. Okay. Let those dry. There. That should be better. Get the camera around in here. Kind of zoomed in so it can see where I'm working. Little thread locker. That one's in. A little thread locker on this bolt, which is one where it's much tougher to access, let alone see. I knew it. This one. Come on, buddy. Thread in already. Okay. That one is started. Well enough, I can run it in with the ratcheting buck's end. These two 14mm bolts over here are the most important in terms of locating the starter. Gonna alternate tightening them a little bit of the time, make sure everything settles in evenly. Okay, that's pretty tight. Tight enough that the starter motor shouldn't jump off. Now, I'm going to do the same thing for the bracket bolt down here. Cleaner. Hit it with a wire brush real quick. Rinse with the cleaner. Tap off the loose liquid. Dry it off with the compressed air. Give it a little bit of the thread locker. And then run that down into place. Okay, that is a starter motor physically mounted. Yippee! So that was stage one. That's the main thing I needed to do. electrical connection, solenoid to motor. That's there from the factory. These other two, those slide right on. So I'm going to give these main cables a quick cleanup for good measure. Yes. Sort of thing where I don't think I'll be back in here for a while. So anything that I could be doing with the intake removed, I want to do now. Bring y'all around so you can see what I'm doing too. None of these main cables are in particularly bad shape. Yeah, these guys are okay. This crimp terminal here is looking a little bit sad because of how I had to wrestle it off of the stud of the old starter. And that's nothing a hit with the lineman pliers can't fix. Or at least I'd hope so. Alright, yeah, that straightens out. That'll work. Okay. It should be 1, 2, 3, and the hardware. Looks like there should be enough room for everything to go on that stud. Yeah, that's going to work. That. Good news, also a 13mm, just like the old one. That is something to be aware of, putting the newer parts, and that there can be design revisions here and there, and you can end up with something that should be physically compatible, but for whatever reason, just isn't. Okay. That's there. Time to resolve the crusty solenoid energizing connector, because I'm not having the no crank, no start problem again. Thank you very much. To start with, I'm just going to cut the old one off. Look closely. Crusty in there. crusty, chewed up in there. This thing has served its purpose. That's getting retired. You'll kind of see what I'm doing down there? Kind of. Okay. Let's see. This appears to be a 14 gauge wire. It is a little bit crusty in there. Not really corroded, just seems like a little bit of dirt in here. Want to get that nice and cleaned up best I can. Want a good connection. While the starter only sees a couple seconds of use with each cycle, if it gets bad enough, every time it cycles, the connection will get hot. Heat breeds corrosion, and corrosion breeds burst connection, and more heat until it burns up and fails again. Got the spade quick connect terminal. Line that up and make sure it's seated. Give that a solid crimp. Passes the tug test. I can see the crimp in through the end with the wire caught. Aha, there we go. Made a nice firm connection to the starter motor. That part should be good to go. Nice. Okay, starter motor. That is taken care of. Now, on to the secondary objectives. Bring this up over like that. If I shift to the backstory screen here, you can see in the picture to the upper right, might be a little bit tough to see, fortunately not at the computer, so zooming in is a bit tough, but in the upper right there, that picture, the PCV hose, the main vent hose coming out of the flame trap, is visibly kinked and collapsed on itself. If I switch back over here to the live view with the camera, right down here, I did a temporary solution using a couple hose clamps to force it to stay round where it makes this corner so it didn't collapse. Something you'll see in an upcoming video about the catch can I added. I was fighting a crankcase pressure problem where it seemed that I had to optimize the heck out of everything on the vacuum side because it just would not have crankcase vacuum. And I was worried it was going to start burping oil out. You can see little bits of oil up along the cam cover. So I was getting kind of upset because the engine doesn't seem to have excessive blow-by, but yet it still had excess crankcase pressure. And I have a good suspicion that this main hose being collapsed here was what was causing that high crankcase pressure. You can see a little bit of weepage around the connections to the flame trap and around the block vent elbow. This also, I can tell this has gotten kind of brittle and hard, so that's getting replaced. This upper, the valve and cam area vent tube, replacing that. And this hose here, this is not the OEM hose, this is 5/8 heater hose. Way back then, I didn't know better, followed a guide that said to use the heater hose, but heater hose is not particularly oil resistant. Between the heat and the oil and the crankcase vapors, this hose has softened a lot, which again has contributed to it wanting to collapse, whether that's by vacuum or because it's turning a little bit of a sharp corner. So I'm going to be replacing that section outright. I'm prepared this time. I have 5/8 inner diameter fuel line / PCV crankcase vent hose. If I go ahead and flip this around, not for fuel injection systems, but fuel line, a PCV. So this is the type of hose that will resist those vapors and it won't try to collapse itself into oblivion when presented with a corner to turn or a little bit of vacuum and heat. Alright, so now begins taking apart the PCV system and the flame trap here. There's a few items in the way of getting the flame trap out. There is this 12mm bolt that holds the front knock sensor to the block. These knock sensors have a specific torque value and a specific angle their wire harness needs to leave. We'll need to pay close attention to that on reassembly. This bolt is visibly different from the others I've released so far, so that won't be such a big deal of putting it back. I just need to remember to put it back, because that would not be fun to forget that and have the engine stuck in limp mode because it thinks it is knocking. Alright. Now, further down, there's another 12mm bolt that holds this bracket that normally holds the intake manifold. I still have not forgotten that I wanted to investigate what it would take to get a new support bolt underneath. Manifold is fairly thick and sturdy, so that would be good insurance just to have that final bolt underneath to help support it. And this bracket out of the way. It is zip tied to the wire harness down here, but for now it should be able to just lay down. Main thing I need access to is this 10mm bolt over here that holds the flame trap to the block. Alright, over here, 10mm bolt. Just make sure that, yep, that one pops loose. I think there's a second one in the opposite corner down here. Let's see. You pry the wire harness from the alternator out of the way. See if that gives me enough of an angle. Okay, okay. I can feel the bolt. The socket is too wide. It's not going in there. Means I need to grab the small 10mm socket. Needed smaller socket with a little bit more extension and a little bit more wobble. There we go. That did it. And the bolt fell, but I heard it hit the floor. Captured. Okay. Now start taking off some of these hose clamps. Got that one that goes to the block. Got this one, goes to the main exit tube, the one that I'm going to be replacing, which, oh, look at that, that's actually still trying to kink underneath, now just behind. So, good thing that I noticed that while I was chasing the starter problem. And that clamp over here, which does the upper vent line. Yep. That comes loose. That part is loose from the block. Though, actually, before I fully pull that off, just gonna give this a, as I catch the hose and fling the tube off the cleaner, I'm just gonna give a little bit of a rinse so that at least anything loose that's stuck in that oil slime is less likely to fall in once I take the flame trap off. Now, wherever there. And second 10mm bolt for the flame trap. Is out of the way. And yep, a little bit of a wobble. And that comes off. There's flame trap. And I can now take a little bit of a look at the ports where it connects to the block. Assess those for any clogging. I do see a little bit of slime in there that I want to wipe off. And we'll go from there. Oh boy. Flame trap off to the side. And bring the camera around once again, so maybe there's a chance that y'all can see what I'm doing. And probably would make sense to grab some cardboard because I got a feeling this is going to make a mess. Okay. Time to finish pulling the old bits off. These new bolts here and there. Ack. Things falling over off camera. Okay. I have new top vent hose. Got a new bushing where the drain to the block goes. And then somewhere that is being elusive, I have one more new piece for the block vent hose, that little elbow currently visible coming off the right side of the flame trap. I will want to have that in hand before I do the reassembly. And I should probably get gloves on for this, because this has just got oil slime absolutely everywhere. This isn't exactly the dirtiest of engines, but it's not pristine either. Okay, there we go. All right. All right, and of course the camera's at the bad angle. Stand by. Get down there so my viewers can see what the heck I'm doing. All right, that's better. Yeah, I can just see there's bits of slime coming off everywhere here. And this bushing down here is kind of reached its expiration date. It's hard, it's crusty, it's not really doing its job sealing, so that explains some of the oil dampness down the front of the block. Knock on wood, this engine really does not leak any oil, but there are places where it'll just weep, so components will be a little bit damp with oil after a few thousand miles. Yeah, looking, despite the age, Flame Trap seems like it's in decent shape. Just the soft rubber bits attached to it, that's what's really going bad. Again, not really cracked, not really failed, just it's about time, and because I'm in here, I might as well deal with it. Alright, I grab the cleaner, should be able to spray through there, knock loose any of the junk that might be sitting inside those passages. Okay, let's see. A little bit of crud. A little bit of slime comes out. Don't really expect this thing to be blocked with gunge because I've overall kept the system in decent shape, but this is a sort of thing for good measure. Stick a little bit of solvent in there, slosh it around, give it a chance to soften. Yeah, there's just a little bit of amber colored, just a little bit of amber colored goo, not quite varnish, not quite sludge, just and when these things get really bad, the crud can accumulate to the point where the whole thing in here just gets plugged up and has to be replaced outright. But thankfully I've not gotten it that bad, and I've not personally seen one that bad, only heard the horror stories about PCV on one of these cars being neglected for an extended period of time, especially combined with running poor quality oil and extended oil change intervals to the point where the oil really breaks down and forms a lot of extra slime. The main goal is make sure the ports and the narrowest parts of the passageways aren't going to be clogged up, but at this point I'm not suspecting that's the case right now. Also, not seeing any obvious cracks or anything that would preclude reusing this for a baffled piece of plastic meant for separating oil mist and crankcase vapors. These things are surprisingly expensive. So, well, unless I'm given a really good reason that I have to replace it, I think I'll just use this one until something goes wrong with it. Wipe all the gunk. Get to here's going to be the new lower bushing. Oh yeah, this one's nice and soft. This one I can feel how the rubber has gotten brittle over time. Let's see. Yeah, this one just slides on like that. No clamp on the lower ones. The upper connections do use hose clamps. Now I need to find where I put the elbow. So I had it together in the rest of the package, but I'm not seeing it now when I grabbed what I thought were all the parts in preparation for the stream here. So. Okay. Oops. Where did that go? Because I just had it this morning. Okay. Let me see. Retracing my steps. There it is. Put it right by the front door, and then forgot to bring it out to the garage. Okay, that sits there. That goes, I believe, like that. Sanity check. Positioning of everybody. Yep, that's how this one sits. Those clamps seem like they're in okay shape. Give them a spray down. Those can be reused. Not going to crank these completely tight, just going to tighten them enough so that they don't fall off. while I'm putting everybody back together. There's the prep for the flame trap. Now I've got to move on to prepping up the area of the block here. Okay, can I get maybe a little more light down here? Can I get more light down here in a way that doesn't also block the camera or the space I need to be working? Easier said than done. But there we are. Those two ports right here have an upper one, which is crankcase vapor vent into the flame trap, and this smaller lower one, which is oil drain back to the sump. So, flame trap is meant to separate the oil and the vapor, return the liquid to the sump, and let the vapor go off to the intake to get consumed. You can see there's just a small amount of slime built up on there. I'm going to try to carefully clean some of that out. There can be cases where the port down into the block itself gets completely blocked, but I don't suspect that either, again because of the lack of junk in the rest of the system overall. Yeah, mostly it's discolored, but there's not a whole lot of material in there. The lower one, that's where it looks like there's a bit more buildup. Might be something suited to maybe a little kick. That down there. Let's see. Yeah, there's just this little track of varnish at the very, very bottom. Again, trying to remember the last time. It might have been nearly 100,000 miles since I had this far apart and actually cleaned out these ports. So that's really not bad. Can't really complain that there's a little bit of goo after 100,000 miles. Now, the different story is if this thing had gotten so dirty after, I don't know, 30,000 miles, then I'd have reason to worry that something else in the PCV system was malfunctioning, or there's mechanical issues with the engine, bad rings, excessive blow-by, that sort of thing. Or if this were an engine with unknown service history, say just I was working on somebody else's Volvo, that would be when I'd start suspecting poor maintenance history, poor oil, extended oil change intervals, and similar shenanigans. But there's I can feel the baffle in there, but I can also feel that the slot around where the oil drains is still present. Not super worried about that. Probably means I can clean this up. Just get the flame trap put back into place. Mopping up the slime accumulated on the outside of these ports. Okay. Grab the flame trap, adjust the camera slightly, get this guy back into place. It should be as simple as lining up this bottom and this side connection. Big emphasis on the should be part. Good stand to loosen the clamp. Interesting. So this connection at the bottom here isn't sliding on very nicely. Probably use a little bit of assembly lube or similar. Let's see, what do I have easily on hand? Tiny bit of Marvel Mystery Oil. This stuff can make for a decent assembly lube for stuff like injectors, engine oil hoses, transmission oil hoses. Just apply a little bit onto this guy, a little bit on the upper hose, just for good measure. swap the gloves because those are now very slippery, and that's going to do more harm than good for me actually holding on to the thing that I want to install. And somehow I managed to pick up 4 gloves instead of 2. Yippee! Alright. Will it cooperate this time? It'll go partway on, but it wants to bind up, which is all sorts of fun, especially since this light, well, it makes it easier for the camera to see, is hanging out in exactly the wrong spot for me. Oh, darn it. Fold the old hose out of the way. I'll get to that in a moment. Okay. So it lines up. It starts to go on over the port. But it doesn't do so completely. And if I let go on pressure, it wants to walk back off. It's not really all the way seated. So now let me see. I'll have better luck putting this part onto the block first. Okay, there, that's all the way seated. Now I try to install the flame trap to there. Okay, that was the required order of operations, I think. Now the flame trap is seated. And what's left is getting this upper hose on its port. Which will go if I loosen that hose clamp a little bit more. Okay. That's there. Bottom port bushing is there. And I will tighten this to the best of my ability. Stubby screwdriver to the rescue. Okay. That means flame trap is in place. Well, at least one of these bolts started on the side where these connections are, so that they don't even think about hopping off. Not torqued, but it's there. Should be enough so that I can get the second bolt on. That's the one on the left side that is hidden behind to where I cannot see the bolt and have to do this by feel. Using a little bit of paper towel wedged in the socket, that'll hold the bolt in place so I can hopefully maneuver it through here. Big emphasis on the hopefully, as this light once again ends up in the wrong possible place. Wow, what a stroke of luck. That actually hopped in there and screwed down first time. I'll take that as a win. These don't need to be super tight. Snug. Switch to the other one. Snug. There's a flame trap in place. Okay. Light somewhere. Back up out of the way. Now I'm going to go over and deal with this hose. If I pull off the reinforcing clamps, you can see the marking here where this thing just wanted to collapse, and how it's been collapsed like that probably for quite a while without me noticing. Because this is upsized, 5/8 internal diameter, the original pipe between the flame trap and the metering orifice at the turbo inlet, I believe that original one is about 3/8 inch ID, so the much larger pipe overall, that gave it less restriction, but disguised the fact that the pipe itself had collapsed. So that's getting replaced with one that hopefully will not fail from exposure to oil. Okay. Don't think it's really attached. It's not clamped in up there on the way to the catch can. There will be a video involving that catch can, of which I might include a little bit from this stream as evidence of me replacing this hose, since I'm not separately doing a film for the replacement of the hose itself. So this part should be ready to go. I just need to unscrew it from the clamp there using the screwdriver, which has chosen this particular moment to make itself scarce. What in tarnation? Where did that screwdriver run off to? There it is. Right in front of me, yet underneath something. So very, very sneaky. One clamp over here at the oil catch can side. Pull it off. Put the clamp to the side. Now, this whole monstrosity of a hose can pull off. I think I'll be cutting this open to inspect what the inside looks like, but not right at this second, because first I'm going to go about replacing it. Just matter of getting a new pipe up over the top. Back. And figuring out the bend where it's going to drop down into the flame trap. To up over. For the not where I left them utility scissors. These ones will do. So, upper part, that'll attach to the catch can. Lower part here, somewhat of a sharp turn, but I will be reinforcing it this time, so it's not going to have the same issue as before. And I'll just chop that off. Like there. A little bit of leftover, but preferred a little bit extra instead of not enough. Okay. Make sure I have plenty of extra hose clamps on hand. So the idea here is I'm going to preempt the collapsing issue by putting more hose clamps where the hose is making its sharp turn to encourage it to stay round. Again, I didn't realize that it had collapsed in the first place simply because I can't see it where it's at. So, just loosen and slide a few of these on here. I'm hazarding a guess that I think 3 clamps should be enough to keep it round over the course of that bend. 3 clamps as anti-collapse measures, and a 4th clamp that will do the clamping onto the port of the flame trap. Leave these loose enough I can slide for now. Get the fourth clamp down here at the ready. And probably stand to flip this clamp so it's a bit easier to get to. Except if that's flipped around, that will interfere with the knock sensor. Oh, never mind, I had it right the first time. So the OE hose that goes through here is the initial outer diameter is, or the initial inner diameter is the 5/8, but it necks down immediately after it turns the corner to the 3/8. So the rest of the pipe from here all the way around, not going to the catch can, but instead down below, almost to where the turbo inlet is. Originally, all of that is a 3/8 diameter. So the guide I found suggested upgrading, which, and I do agree with, because pretty much anything I can take in terms of improving the PCV system, I consider welcome. Alright, so the way this is going to work is it has to make this corner here to fit under the intake runners, but it has to do so without collapsing on itself. And just like, dang it, just like before, I ended up with these facing the wrong way. They're going to get in the way of that knock sensor. Ack. Should have thought of that when I realized this bottom one was going to be in the way. Off. So the screw heads are going to have to be on the left side, not the right side, when looking at the hose from this angle. Trying to get this worked properly down onto the port without cracking the plastic. That's secure. Tighten this clamp so it can't jump off. Now can get the anti-kink clamps slid down to where I think they need to be. Do the bend over. Yep, something like that should work. I'll now tighten these so they can't slide. Not so much that they also try to collapse the hose, but tight enough that they encourage it to stay round in cross-section instead of kinking and folding flat. Might be tough. These are just one size too small. So if they're all the way loosened, then they kind of want to skip off the end, disengage the screw from the band. Just need a little bit of encouragement before they go. Okay. There, looking at that. 1, 2, 3. This is now much less likely to collapse like the old one did, in addition to being rated for hot oil and crankcase and fuel vapors, so less likely to collapse in that way too. Okay. Here we go. Just going to grab a drink of water real quick. Drink of water. Here. Oh. Well, it's been going for 3 hours and change. So Alright. Oh, back at it. So, next. Next up, got the upper hose. This is a Volvo official part, not one of the aftermarket ones, mostly because, excuse me, mostly because I've heard some horror stories about using an aftermarket one of these upper hoses and having it crack after really not too long in service. So with that in mind, I've decided, yes, it's kind of expensive, something like $40 for this section of hose, but that can avoid having oil and crankcase vapors going everywhere after only a year or two. It's a small price to pay, I think. Okay. And this fits over that rear port. And similar to the others, the battle between clamp tight enough so it doesn't fall off, and clamp loose enough that it allows the hose to be installed in the first place. Okay. Probably encourage that all the way into place with the screwdriver. That's working. And this leaks along here, in addition to letting crankcase vapors and oil escape, will allow unmetered pirate air into the engine, along with dirt, in addition to compromising the crankcase ventilation in general. This engine is designed to run with the crankcase at slight vacuum at all times. So if it doesn't see that slight vacuum, that can allow oil to start escaping around various seals, gaskets, and other interfaces. All right. This tube will sit somewhere like that. Like that. Goes under this runner between number 2 and number 3, and up through the slot in the manifold. But until I'm putting the intake itself on in a moment, that needs to stay off. Okay. It's now time for getting that knock sensor back in place. That's one of the things that does have a specific torque value that I'll need to look up, because I don't want to break the sensor, but I don't want it so loose that it causes a false knock reading. Let's see. All right. Let's see, are we... All right. Let me see. And of course, the thing that I'm looking for... Here we are. Let's see, 20 Newton meters. That's the value I was looking for. Okay. Yeah, 20 Newton meters. Okay. Get my torque wrench dialed in. there it is. 20 Newton meters. It's a 12 millimeter bolt. Grab this. For good measure, going to clean up that interface spot between the knock sensor and the block. Not really dirty, just a little bit of corrosion, sort of thing that may or may not affect its functionality. Mounting point on the block. That looks nice. And the sensor sits right like that. Let's see. That wasn't the bolt. This. There's the bolt. Before this is 100% tight, make sure the wire harness leaving this is at the 3 o'clock position, facing that way. Get the torque wrench all ready to go. Of course, it helps if the socket goes. Yep. There's a knock sensor. To help keep this hose in check, I'm going to use the double zip tie technique around the mounting point for the other knock sensor. Want this one to go below the intake and tuck along this way and around the side of the block. Somewhere like that. Now, between the oil and vapor rated hose and these clamps here, that should keep it in place. I am seeing an interference issue with this third clamp, and this upper vent hose probably can solve that by rotating the clamp to face downward. If I do that, there, this hose can now tuck in behind however it needs to be. Problem solved on that front. All right. I think it's time to get the intake manifold gasket swapped. I did not have a spare gasket with me when I broke down in San Jose last weekend. I did order in a new one with the new starter. These gaskets are supposed to be single-use only. Once they have been installed and compressed, they are to be considered no good and to be replaced anytime the intake is removed. I didn't exactly have a choice, and I had to reuse this gasket. Cleaned it up the best I could, cleaned up the manifold mating surface the best I could, and it looks like I did get away with it. This gasket is only about 33,000 miles old, because this was done when I had the cylinder head off. So it's not like a 200,000+ mile gasket that's all crusty and about to turn into dust. And I think that's what let me get away with reusing the gasket that one time. But since I'm in here for a permanent repair, yeah, I'm changing the gasket. So, looks okay. A little bit of goop on it, but that's... can't really expect too much different. Alright. Gonna grab another rag and get in here and clean off those mating surfaces, at least so I can get the gasket put into place. Doesn't need much, just make sure there's no globs or goobers stuck anywhere here that would interfere with the seal. Alright, there we go. Can see a little bit of the intake. Okay, hop over here and extract the new gasket. carefully slide it in behind the rest of the tubing. Holes line up. And I'll just pop the lower bolts in. That should hold it in place before getting the manifold proper installed. Okay, that part should work. Over here, moving on, said earlier that I was going to investigate that lower support bolt on the intake, the one that was mysteriously missing the first time I did the PCV system service several years ago, which means it could have been missing for a while. Alright, what do we got over here? Let me get the camera rotated so y'all can see what I'm up to. Okay. Swing the tripod over. And get a little bit of a tilt down. So there's the intake. So there's two holes here. This one that has the square, that would be for supporting the dipstick tube. This one over here, that would be for supporting the manifold itself. So let me see. Do any bolts that I've currently removed fit in this hole? So, okay, so looking at that, this bolt here is from the bracket, the other side of the bracket that would otherwise be bolted to here. So I would just need another one of these in order to mount in there. And good news is this is something that is done with the manifold installed, so I will simply run to the hardware store sometime after this stream and get a new bolt, and I can put that back together. Alright, in that case, I believe it is time to start putting supports and the manifold back into place. Oh, and actually for good measure is the same size bolt, one that holds the dipstick. Yes. So, exact same size bolt will work for either. Be nice if I could have a reference size for this, so I could match that up. What do I have in my hardware collection? Do I have anything that would match the size and pitch? Let me see. That looks promising. Yes. I remembered right. I recognized the thread pitch. The actual specs aren't coming to me off the top of my head, but these carriage bolts that I had had when testing another fitment, these will be my reference at the hardware store for what thread pitch to get. Which means the official bolt can go back on the bracket to the block, so I won't have that floating around. A little bit of a zoom in here. A little bit of, can I get the lamp into a place where it will be useful for both me and the camera? Maybe? Maybe? Okay. Yeah, we can see now. Bracket up over here. Going to want this snug enough so it's not jumping around, but not so crazy tight that I can't loosen it and adjust it when finally putting the manifold on. Just a sane amount of tight, shall we say. There. Not going to be clattering around against the block as I'm driving, but not so tight that I can't pull it off later. Alright. While I'm in here, final checks, making sure that all of my hose clamps are tightened. Yeah, that one could have stood for a little bit more. See over here. That one is nice and tight. That one's tight. That one's tight. These ones are tight. Hose should be able to tuck down into here, stay out of the way of the intake. Starter bolts, 1, 2, 3 on the bracket, 2 nuts on the studs, main battery cable connected, solenoid terminal connected, wires folded out of the way. I think can get the intake back into place now. With few exceptions, such as down here, the red wire that I patched in for getting troubleshooting purposes for the solenoid. I think I can pull that out of the way. Just snuck that all the way along the side over to the main fuse and relay enclosure. So that can go out of the way. Anything else cleaned up. Make sure that these other hoses are going to be someplace that I can see and retrieve, so they're not forever stuck underneath the intake. Alright. Get the old hose moved out of the way. A quick cursory check, make sure there's no FOD in any of the intake ports. So it would ruin my day. Good, all this work, and the engine grenades as soon as I could turn the key, because something fell in one of the ports. Okay, zoomed out. Time to get the intake dropped into place. One final look over on the mating surfaces. Once over, final wipe down of the gasket mating surfaces. Looks in good shape, but just for good measure, there's a small amount of slime in each of the runners, but really nothing that's going to be affecting performance. Okay, so the manifold has to come up over here. I want to get the PCV connection at the far side attached before I put the manifold in place, because once it is there, it's really almost impossible to get this hose or this clamp, because the port is recessed into the end of the manifold here. Now this, one of those things that is doable, but I don't particularly want to do it once it's in place there. So I am going to turn the clamp so I can have a non-zero chance of accessing it down the line if I have to. Alright. There. There. Lower bolts are in place. This hose comes over the top of the intake. This also goes over the top. PCV, upper cam area vent sneaks between the number 2 and number 3 runners. Slides over. Okay. What is it hung up on? It's almost there, but not. All right, buddy. What did I get caught on this time? That should be down. Whoa, come here. There. That slotted into place. Just need at least one of these upper bolts tightened. Not tightened, but run down there so it doesn't want to do a backflip off the front of the motor. Okay, backflip prevented. Can now start getting a few of the lower bolts run further in. Again, not tightening, just taking up the slack so the manifold isn't jumping all around. Okay, this guy is scooted over. Ouch! That was my toe hitting the tripod. Remaining upper bolts. Oh. No, you don't. No cross-threading, please. This one here in particular, I remember it gave me a little bit of trouble on the side of the road. That's going. Just needed some encouragement. I'm putting gentle pressure towards the top of the intake so I can tighten up the upper bolts and get it squared up on the flange. Again, just getting everybody hand tight, finger tight to start with. And I can't forget about that far left bolt, the one that can be felt but not seen. Okay, on to stand by 1 moment. There we go. Back to getting the invisible bolt. It doesn't help that despite saying 3 bars of battery, seems like my headlamp is actually out of battery. Darn it. Is there any combination of light placement that would help? I see the corner of the bolt. And just ejecto the extension. Get back here. Thank you very much. That feels promising. Okay. That one should be ready to go. Likewise, going to double check the torque specs, even though the stack of extensions I need is going to make those a little bit inaccurate. Alright, those are okay, 14. It's like 14 foot-pounds. It's interesting how same search in the same areas, one will bring up a foot-pounds rating, and others will bring up a Newton meters rating. It'll be 14 foot-pounds. And of course, the extension stack. Which will render it less accurate. Okay. I'll get that one going. Work my way along because it is compressing the new gasket. Okay, that's about what that feels like. I'll come back to the one at the end once I got some of these other ones tightened up enough. Definitely doing some compressing, because once I do one, its neighbor is now suddenly finger tight again. It would help if the great leaning tower of extensions would stay in place. There we go. Now going to return to the hidden bolt. Just maybe get that one squared away. Okay. Oof. Okay. Locked in place on the bolt head. There, 14 foot-pounds on everybody. Gonna double check. Yeah, we are there. Okay. Intake manifold attached. All right. Grab another hose clamp, get the top connection hooked up for the upper PCV vent hose coming off of the cam and valve area. Wipe down that port, get the clamp ready to go. Oh, that is confidence inspiring to feel a supple hose. Doesn't feel like it's going to crack if I look at it too hard. Had a slight worry every time I had to mess with this area that I was going to split one of this hose, especially this upper one, and just make a whole lot of mess for myself. But, oh, nice. Okay. Nice and tight. Should tuck in there. All right. Going to grab a wipe, clean my hands, get some gloves on so I can put some assembly lube on the injector O-rings before I try to wrestle them back into place. Tearing one of those makes for a mess. All right, injectors. Okay. It's a glove. Just a little bit of the Marvel Mystery Oil on the finger. Just gonna paint a little around each of the injector O-rings. Reduce the chance of anything unusual happening as I try to slide them back into the intake manifold. Again, I really like the Marvel Mystery Oil for this application. It's a nice thin oil, and it is a fuel additive as well. So it is designed to be burned in the combustion chamber. It's not going to cause any sort of ash or do anything to a catalytic converter. Not that regular oil would be dangerous to a cat in such small quantities, but it's best practice to have stuff that could get into the combustion chamber be something that is meant to go through the combustion chamber. Okay. That out of the way. Move the towel so it's not going to bind up and get caught inside the fuel line connection. PCV hose tucks in underneath the injectors. Just a matter of lining everybody back up, including, excuse you, the vent line. Injectors. There we go. There's a distinct, not really a noise, but a pop feeling as the O-rings fully seat. And the injector rail will also sit down flush with the two studs. Start these here 10 millimeters by hand. And I think these are also about 14 foot-pounds or so. So I'll just run them down by hand and then hit them with the torque wrench because I got this still out and ready. Alternate back and forth, make sure it's in there straight. Yeah, the injectors are seated, but don't want to leave it kind of stressed out in a bind. Yeah, that 14 foot-pounds felt right. There we go. No runaway injectors, please. That's set. Make sure the PCV line isn't squashed under anything. This is also upsized. I think the original one is maybe the other one, it might be barely like a 1/8 inner diameter. This is I believe this is a 1/4, maybe a 5/16 ID hose. So all of the vacuum and crankcase vapor side of the PCV system have been upsized simply because increased blow-by and resistance to plugging up. If there's more cross-section, a lot more crud can accumulate before that cross-section is reduced to the point where the system is ineffective. Again, I'm not seeing evidence of this wanting to clog up particularly fast, at least compared to other examples I've seen, but it's something I wanted to avoid, especially since I got the catch can in place. That presents additional restriction. There's going to be a whole video on that catch can, but that'll be released at a later time because, I mean, this is going to be part of it, is hey, I thought I had issues with the catch can itself and the PCV system, but instead I had issues with the system outside of the catch can, and the catch can simply revealed the weakness once I installed it. That's a big difference. Alright, let's see, what is a good next step? That would be tightening the pressure connection for the fuel rail before I forget it. Because everyone knows how much fun it is to go to start the engine after some repairs and raw fuel suddenly sprays everywhere. Make sure the backing wrench is really solid, so I'm not putting all this force on the fuel rail itself. Then get that nice and tight so it doesn't dare leak on me. All right, moving on. As the camera and a light and the tripod all decide to occupy the same space at the same time. Yeah. And why did the camera flip? Why did the camera flip? There we go. Alright, now moving on, gotta start getting the vacuum lines and the intake system put back together. Going to start with the vent lines down here. Okay, so this little one that likes to hide on the bottom and be inaccessible. The turbo. This one is the turbo boost controller reference. That's something very important. Make sure that's all the way on there. This big one on the elbow right underneath the idle air control valve, that's the brake booster vacuum source. Another thing that is very important, if that's disconnected, not only will the engine barely run if it runs at all, good thing too, because there will be no brake boost, and this car really, really needs power brakes, or it's not going to stop. Right. This hose here, which is the reference line for the fuel pressure regulator. Get that back. We'll need the smaller Phillips head screwdriver to slide in between this and the other barb. Get in there. Alright. Tight enough that that's not going to blow off. Over here, this other mid-size vacuum line is the evap emissions purge line. That also gets clamped in. Good to do this before the idle air valve is in place, because that and its associated hoses just covers up this whole area. Alright, let's see, those are in. Those are in. Before I forget, plug in the throttle position sensor. If I remember right, if the car cranks with the throttle position sensor unplugged, completely missing, it can set a permanent check engine light that needs an official Volvo scan tool to reset. I think I had that issue the very first time I did the PCV. I wanted to crank... Oh, because I was adding the oil pressure sender for my gauge pod. Wanted to crank to see if it was registering and if it was going to leak before I put everything together. Instead, ended up with a permanent check engine light. It would not go away, even if I disconnected the battery and shorted the terminals. As soon as I started the car, check engine light would pop back on. Lots of fun. So, that was one of the few times in recent memory that I had to take this to a shop to handle a problem that I was incapable of dealing with on my own. Embarrassing? Yeah, but something, live and learn. Also, just realized that I unhooked, or I removed to set aside a little piece of tubing I was using to help armor the cooling line. There used to be a bracket that kept it in place. That bracket has long since ceased to exist in a meaningful form. But because of that, the lower radiator hose is pressed against part of the transmission housing in a way that I don't like. So I'm going to hop in here. Really, the camera cannot really see what I'll be doing down there. Just the camera, hands, eyes occupying same space problem as usual. But right under here, in the lower radiator hose, I'm just going to put this split piece of hose around it as an anti-chafing measure. If I can get there. I don't want to have to pull this charge air pipe off because this one is a pain to put back. So, can I cradle the hose around the radiator hose and then rotate it into place? I think that is what I gotta do here. Almost. Alright, there we go. Lower radiator hose is no longer rubbing on the top of the transmission housing. So, last chance of randomly springing a catastrophic coolant leak at the worst possible time. Alright. In here, everybody else seems like it's in about the normal place. Just get a wire harness for the idle air control valve and the boost sensor. Get those about ready to go. So I can put that in place. Next up comes the final charge air pipe going into the throttle body. This hose loops under the bracket for the idle air control. This good news is, after quite a few heat cycles, these newer hoses have softened ever so slightly, so it's less of a protracted battle. Still a little bit of a fight to get them on, but when I was first putting them on, it felt like I had somehow gotten the wrong parts. They were very, very stubborn, and I thought it would just be a plug and play, essentially. Instead, I ended up fighting them each for more time than I'd like to admit. Guess that maybe would have been another thing I could have live streamed. Not really worth the full video, but just kind of a hang out and yap like this. Okay. And that one is ready. The lower clamp is in place. Okay. Idle air control valve. It's got this little rubber strap with these hooks, and it goes into that slot on the bracket. Sometimes I can get it to go first try, and sometimes it says, you know what, I'm going to be a problem on purpose. Let's see what's going to be on stream today. Oh, cool. It actually cooperated all right this time. Get the upper hose into place. Lower hose as I am in the way. There's the lower hose. Much easier after some heat cycles. Brand new. I was here a while. clamp is tightened. Same for the upper clamp. No boost leaks. I already had enough issues. That clamp is tight. Can bring these around. Have the vacuum circuit evap line with its check valve. Normally put this one on the bottom. And then the boost line for the boost pressure sensor. Put that one over on the middle port. It does get a clamp because it's a silicone hose, and otherwise it might want to slip and slide off. Not caught it in the act of trying to do that yet. Okay, that's in place, making progress. Scoot over here for a better angle. Boost sensor, pigtail, and snakes behind here. That idle air control valve, pigtail. Those are on. See, tightened, 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 tightened. Standing by. Okay. Now, gotta get the charge air pipe put back into place, as I forget that I put it over here next to the engine. Don't forget the anti-FOD measures, or the anti-FOD measures themselves become FOD. Alright. And this part here is troublesome. These aftermarket rubber hoses, they do have slight tolerance fitment issue, so it's kind of a fight to get both ends to properly go over the barbs and stay. Once they're there and clamped, everything's fine. Getting them all the way in there and started such that they will properly attach. You can see how this one, there's decent overlap, but it's not all the way bottomed out. But can't get this one to bottom out without the angle pulling the one on the throttle body side partially out. At least this one here is straight. So once the clamp is in place, it's not going to come off on its own. Gotta loosen the clamp a little bit more. Okay. Crank this one down so that when I'm messing over here by the throttle body, it doesn't immediately pop this joint apart again. Something like that. Would be a different story if this were some sort of high-performance race car that was running crazy high boost and every fraction of a percent had to count. But in this case, running stock boost, stock hoses, as long as they're over the barb and not just literally blown off, this thing is pretty tolerant. There goes a helicopter. Oh, yikes. Alright, tightened. Yep, that's tight enough. That's not gonna blow off at random. Well, almost done. Certainly, I'd say this is about at the point where I'm able to start it up, except for a few electrical changes I gotta make. Over here by the main relay area. And don't want to forget the throttle cable. Alright, in here, let me zoom out a little bit more. Alright, another thing that had happened was I had an intermittent problem with the original starting relay, and it is not a standard automotive relay form factor, so I had to rig in this one in order to get that part done. However, because of that, oh, excuse me. Because of that, I had to mount it way over here and have this goofy little wire harness. Of course, in this case, when troubleshooting the starter, that made it a lot easier to figure out that, hey, it was an issue internal to the starter, not an issue with the wiring, especially once I rigged up this red wire in order to bypass the original start wire to the solenoid. But now I can unplug that, get this red wire out of the way, I don't need it, and I can plug this green wire back into the slot where that relay would normally live. Tuck that in so it's not bouncing around. Once I put the cover back on, I have it set so that the cover hugs the wires on top and keeps them from jumping out of their slots. Eventually, I might try to source an original starting relay, but there is nothing more permanent than a temporary solution that works well. Okay, with that out of the way, I should be able to crank the engine. The last thing I want to do before I do a test start is grab the hose clamp and reconnect the PCV system over here to the catch can with the new tube that I just installed. Bring the clamp around. We'll need the screwdriver to adjust it a little bit. There we go. These are 1/2-inch ports on the catch can, but at quite low pressure, a 5/8 hose slides over pretty nicely, and the hose clamp can give it enough squish so that it seals up quite well. I've not had an issue with a oil slime leak or any sort of obvious pirate air vacuum leaks over here. So, get that nicely clamped down. Should be a good seal. Okay. Now, again, this is not going to be 100% necessary just to crank the engine, but before I forget, I want to put the throttle cable back on. Slides through. Rotate by hand, work the cable over the cam, gently let it down, it settles, make sure the throttle moves freely, and then it's got this clip and holds the cable in place. Alright, there. I should have throttle. Alright, approaching moment of truth. Going to relocate a few items that are a bit closer to the serpentine belt than I would like. Again, I'm here to solve problems, not to cause several secondary problems by accident. Yeah. Tools out of the way, stuff off the top of the engine, doing a quick and a visual check that everything I think should be connected is in fact connected. Looks okay to me. Okay, now hop over here, reconnect the battery. Heard a little pop. That's just capacitors in the various modules charging up. Entirely normal. If it decided to go kabang and give me a face full of sparks, well, that would be a sign that I screwed up badly somewhere along the line here, and I'll have to pull things apart again. But not in this case. So far, so good. Don't see anything immediately trying to catch on fire. So I can tighten that down. Okay. Need to acquire the keys. And now, time to see. Moment of truth. Will the car start? And will anything go boom in the process? If anybody's watching, yell at me in the comments if you see fire, smoke, or a giant fuel leak. Fire in the hole. Sounded good to me. Extra couple compression cycles because it had no fuel pressure, but that's up and running. Nice strong crank. No signs of any fuel leaks. Very good sign. Yippee! Well, time to shut it back down. One, so it doesn't get too hot, and two, so I don't gas myself with the exhaust in the garage here. Even though I got the door wide open, it gets stinky in here. Guess the way the wind circles around the house, yes, there's airflow, but it also likes to trap pockets of exhaust in here. Just definitely has gotten to me before. Alright, back over to... Gotta get the secondary air hose on. This tucks up around here. Normally this secondary air tube is one piece. The original one broke down, so it has been replaced with this two-piece section and a barb coupler. I was worried about it not passing smog, but apparently this part looked normal enough that the technician did not bat an eye at it. So that's a good sign. And not the end of the world to replace the whole thing end to end, but just if I can avoid it, I'll avoid it. Because similar to the intake pipes, one of those instances of a fairly simple piece of shaped rubber hose that is surprisingly expensive for what it is and what it does. Over here. Downside is, between this extra bit and some of the other changes that have been made to the plumbing, means that it likes to sit and rest against the connector for the idle air control valve. I don't want it doing that long term, so I go ahead and patch that, or support that with a zip tie, or a double zip tie. One zip tie around the charge air pipe, and then a strategically placed second zip tie that goes around the secondary air tube here, and that provides a little bit of tension so it doesn't rest its full weight and vibrate against the wire harness. So, okay, there, that's now held off, not touching the wire harness, not going to chafe on anything. Looks good. Trim the tail. Trim the tail flush so it's not going to slice me. So that would be fun. Reaching for something only to get bitten by a rogue zip tie end. If you know, you know. With this nice little hand tightenable clamp, because removing this is part of changing the air filter. Easier to pull that off. I'm not sure why there's a bit of tape here, but that can leave. Okay, getting closer. Gotta pull out the mini zip ties. There used to be a bolt that secured the wire harness here to the throttle bracket, but that's one of those things that kind of fell apart over time. I forget if the bolt outright broke or what, but it just, for as long as I've been working on the car, this has been zip tied instead of a bolt through here. As long as it keeps the wire harness out of trouble, it works for me. Okay, that zip tie's out of the way. Let's see. Getting there. Again, zip tie technique, hold the check valve over here for the evap. Just kind of keep that contained so it's not getting itself in trouble. There. Yeah, shoot, this is just about together. Let's see, the injector harness shield clips into place. Interesting, before this would kind of smush against the upper PCV vent hose, and here it just ever so slightly touches it. So, official hose, I think the one that I had here before was aftermarket. Slight manufacturing differences can actually make quite a big difference in how the entire assembly goes together. So, for a lot of intents purposes, an aftermarket part is going to be perfectly fine, especially if it was made at the exact same factory by the exact same manufacturer that the OE parts were. But in other cases, there can be some very troublesome fitment issues where things just should work, but don't. Alright, see, continuing to button up, can wrestle the air intake snorkel down here. This is always fun because of how it has to sneak around the charge air boost lines. Clips on there, slots into the bottom of the air box. Alright, that part is good to go. Other side, almost there. Stuff like the ECU cooling duct from the radiator shroud to the ECU enclosure. Just snaps in on either side. Okay. Shit, no fuel leaks. No fuel leaks. Remember the Schrader cap over here. Giving a look, but so far, yeah, that's looking pretty good to me. Engine back together. It does start. Didn't sound like anything was misfiring, but yeah, that part should be good. Now I just got one heck of a mess to pick up. Old, crusty, crumbly PCV lines, gaskets, towels, all those can go away. These off to the side. My ratcheting box ends. Those go back where they belong. Old starter. Scoot just a little bit. Put the wrenches there. See? Torque wrench goes away. Various socket drive adapters to their holder, into the wobbles and socket adapters pouch. Standard miscellaneous hand tools. They all live over here in this pouch. And sockets back in the sockets tray. There. Got the other kit. And that goes back together. Extensions and the extensions pouch. Okay, trash up to the side, tool pouch, tools over there, various cleaners back on the shelf. Trash. Excuse me. So, all those. Done with the big impact sockets. The tools. Vacuum elbow that I replaced and forgot on the side. These guys over. Alright, that's about ready. Right, goes there. Still have a couple items at large. Alright. Yeah, there's still got a couple tools, couple items floating around. Want to make sure that I've not left anything in that engine compartment, because that would be a pain to be driving down the road and suddenly, bang, piece of whatever jumps somewhere it really shouldn't be, and now some very expensive parts have broken. It's one of those things where I already have enough on my plate dealing with random self-induced FOD. I'm not going to deal with that. Okay. Now, I'm missing the... Where in tarnation did the 13mm wrench go? Hello? 13mm wrench? Where in the heck? I would have had that for... Alright. Some stuff can go back on the shelf, and usually the missing item makes itself known. It'll just be hiding next to or underneath something else. And if not, I gotta go looking for it. 13mm wrench. That's definitely big enough to ruin someone's day. Could be my day, or it could be the day of someone behind me on the road. If it has fallen out. Say, that moves all the way over. Not under there, not under there. Where the heck did I put that wrench? What's that? Okay. Alright, where? This is... This is graduated from funny to worrisome. Did it slide somewhere? Did I put it down somewhere silly? Or is it waiting? Lying in wait to fall out of the engine bay? That is the question. Where did that go? Alright. See. Normally I'm better than this in terms of finding runaway tools, but in this case it is really not. It's really not making itself known, is it? Even though there's a very, very finite number of places it could have gone. In the heck. Alright, this is absolutely baffling. Got the 14. Got the 12. And I got the 14. Somehow, there's 13 buried with the rest of the tools. Must have dropped in there earlier, forgotten about it in a hurry, and now worried that I had a random box end wrench floating around somewhere in the engine bay. This pouch doesn't really close. It's simply here to contain the tools into a cluster and not just a puddle of random bits thing around in the back of the cargo area. Now, some of these tools don't live in the car, live in the garage. The mega sockets don't usually carry these. Alright. Electrical connectors back on the shelf. Old starter here. Now that it's cooled down, maybe screw in this stud enough so that it stays together, so I can return this and get my core back. It would greatly help my case if I put the rest of the hardware back before I screwed the stud all the way in. Alright, so the stud goes in. It's got this. It's got this bushing, which may or may not go all the way because of the stud getting chewed up a bit, but there will be an attempt. So they're bushing. Slide through here, and at least tighten it enough so that I can get it to fit back in the box. There's that. There's that. Gotta peel the tape pile off for one last look at my very janky, was burning the heck out of the bushing, yet the solder wouldn't melt repair. That was able to get me home. It's there enough sort of thing where I could probably have gotten away with however much longer I needed. But when it let go, it would have let go, and the arc probably would have burned enough of the remaining wire that I would have no chance of doing a field repair or any repairs. So this, it was time. Whatever, 260,000 miles, almost 30 years. It's, I really can't complain, except for the fact that I missed day 3 of Offkai, stuck in front of a jack-in-the-box several hundred miles from home. Yippee! Box for the starter. Starter goes in the box, and this folds up around it. Box closes, and I'll put a little bit of tape, good measure, we go. Starter all packaged up, so I'll be able to return that, get my $75 core deposit back. Alright, what? Well, this certainly was a little bit of an adventure here. Been streaming for, holy crud, 5 hours. I'd say that's about time to wrap this up. Engine starts. Gonna give it one more crank for good measure. You'll be some of the first to know if anything does go wrong, but nice strong crank. That fires up like it just left the showroom floor. Alright. Starter replaced. PCV self-collapsing hose replaced. I think I'm going to call this good. Oh. Thanks for watching, everybody, for the super scuffed first workshop stream. Trying to get my car to reliably start again. See you next time.